agenda number for the approval of the agenda?
Approval of the agenda is number 2.1.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hey, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you.
I'm sure you know about that HOA. 14 years is a long time. 19. Almost 19. Wow. You don't want to make it 20? No. Moving on. Well, I'm going to hit you up on asking for help. Okay. It's a little bit scary. The revolving door of managers is a major problem. Yeah. The management company is not the same management company it was 10 years ago. Did you go through, when did you go through RFP process, or when did you? Yeah, we had a horrible, so I joined the board like back in 2003 or something. And we had horrible management company, but I was like a junior member at that point. I wasn't really paying a lot of attention. But then things blew up because they were supposed to do things legally that they hadn't done, and then they exposed us to liability. And so we ended up firing them, and then a number of board members felt bad. They resigned, and so that was the point when I became president.
They felt bad because they hadn't done their jobs, or they were mad?
Yeah, I
Felt
mean,
bad because they liked that manager?
no, they felt like that they had, supervised it properly. So they had left, and, I mean, it was unfortunate. They didn't, they weren't really 100% to blame, but they felt bad about it. And so then that's when I became president, and that's when I coordinated the whole RFP process. And at that point, they were, CMS was a really good company, and the person that we got as our manager, Dustin, was great. I think you met with him briefly. But, yeah, since then, it's been.
How are you? Fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, by the time I won,
You've been busy.
I joined, he was trying to get rid of us.
Oh.
Right, yeah, I mean, well, because he ended up starting his own business.
Exactly.
Money thrown at you that you have to manage. Well, it can be
So is he, is that what
overthrown.
it is now?
Yeah, yes.
Crazy.
He has some kind, I don't know if it's like construction contract.
So he's like, but it's not a manager, which
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, it's good to see you. Good to see you.
Sorry, I'm in your way.
Are you a car guy?
No, what is that?
Green.
Yeah, it's a cylinder head. Right, isn't it?
I don't know the official name, but that sounds about right.
Okay.
It was,
One of your cars?
you know, one of those, things that they do out at the car show.
Oh, okay.
That was cool.
The microphones are on.
I forget what it's called. That's why you say it's so heavy.
The January 20th meeting of the Newark Unified School District Board of Directors meeting is going to have to be canceled for lack of a quorum. We have called a special meeting to begin at 7:17 that will allow Member Marquez to join, and we also hope that Member Zhang will be able to attend at that time. Given the canceled meeting due to a lack of a quorum, we'll be convening on the same channel and the same location at 7:17 tonight, January 20th. Anything else I need to add, Mr. Superintendent? Okay. All right, thank you. We'll see you at 7:17. Not very loud. I'd like to call to order the meeting, the January 20th special meeting of the Board of Education. The Board President Nguyen is out of town tonight, and per our governance handbook, I'll be conducting the meeting in her absence tonight. The reason for the special meeting is so that we could properly notice the attendance of Member Marquez, who is going to be joining us from her home tonight. But since the governor's order expired in the end of December, we no longer can hold virtual participation unless we notice the location. So that's what we're doing, so that we can assure Ms. Marquez, Member Marquez's participation. The meeting was called to order at 7:17. We're holding an in-person board meeting at our district boardroom and are following the state's and Alameda County safety guidelines for public gatherings. Please refrain from attending in-person meetings if you have COVID-related symptoms. If you're not able to attend the meeting in person, you may observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel, live transmission on Comcast Channel 6, or live transmission on Comcast Channel 26. Spanish translation is available via Zoom. In regards to public comments, the public will have the opportunity to address the board regarding non-agendized matters and agendized items with a live audio-only comment via Zoom and with advance notice requested at publiccomment@newarkunified.org. A written comment by submitting a speaker card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, or with a live in-person comment by submitting a speaker card to the executive assistant. Ms. Croce, can you please do a roll call of members?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to call on Member Marquez. And she's virtual, so let's just give her a moment to unmute. Member Marquez? I can see her. She is unmuted. So Member Marquez is joining us virtually. Student Member Resendez Ortiz?
Here.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
Here.
Member Hill?
Here.
Vice President Grindal?
Here?
And as Vice President announced, President Nguyen is absent tonight. Thank you.
So you're noting for the record that we couldn't hear Ms. Marquez, but you were able to see her. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is to approve the agenda. But before we do approve the agenda, we have a speaker comment from the public on that. It is my intention to ask for an amendment to the agenda to move the Pledge of Allegiance and the school spotlight elements, that's 4.1 and 7.1, up forward so that the Kennedy students can participate and not stay up too late. So but with that, can we hear from the speaker who wants to speak about the approval of the agenda? The speaker's name is Nancy Thomas. Okay, speaker's not here. Is anyone, I'm sorry, Member Hill?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. So I feel that the handling of this meeting today was really unneeded and inappropriate, and quite frankly, I think it was kind of a new low for our district and for our board. So if President Zhang had joined our meeting at 6 o'clock rather than now, we would have had quorum, which is all we need to conduct the meeting. But instead, we've gone through all these machinations so that we could move things forward and bring Member Marquez in. And again, that wasn't required, given that if we had 3 people, we would have quorum. And it really does create the perception, I think, in the public that there's manipulation going on, and quite frankly with me. And so I think it was really unneeded, and it's going to erode trust. So I hope we don't engage in this kind of activity again.
Is there a second to my motion to move the Pledge of Allegiance and the school spotlight up immediately following the approval of the agenda?
Yes, I would like to agree that let's move the agenda forward and that the kids go back early.
Okay, so let's have a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda. Ms. Corchi? I'm sorry, approval of the agenda with the amendment that that 4.1 and 7.1, the Pledge of Allegiance and the school spotlight would move up to immediately following this item.
Thank you.
Okay, actually before the vote, the given member Hill mentioned my name, so I want to explain. So after knowing the schedule of the special session, immediately I know the purpose is to let member Marquez to tune in that virtually. So then what's the reason for me to come at 6 o'clock? So I already know the purpose for that. And the purpose is actually very transparent, is to bring in member Marquez, who due to whatever emergency, who couldn't attend the meeting in person, but we will still want her to attend virtually. So.
I believe I'm allowed a second comment.
Certainly.
Yeah, so the issue I have is that this was a publicly noticed meeting, and again, this was not required. We would have had quorum, and we've now inconvenienced the public and anybody else that wanted to come at 6 and wanted to comment and didn't want to stay until 11 o'clock. And so I don't think that we should be organizing our meetings for the convenience of ourselves, but rather for the people that we serve.
Thank you for the comment. Again, can we get a roll call on that, on the motion to approve the agenda with which was made by me and seconded by member Zhang, and that moves the pledge up, and pledge and school spotlight up immediately following this item.
Thank you. Yes. Member Marquez, how do you vote?
And pledge and school spotlight up immediately following this item.
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Ortiz?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
And Member Grindal?
Yes.
I guess member Marquez need to turn off the YouTube on her side, so she wouldn't have the echoing.
Member Marquez, did you catch that? If you turn off the YouTube, you won't have the echo and delay in your participation. With that, we'd like to conduct the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to ask Kennedy to
Yes.
Kennedy to help us with the Pledge of Allegiance. Students from Kennedy are going to lead us.
Can we bring this down? Yeah. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Superintendent Triplett, can you introduce or announce the speakers from Kennedy for the school spotlight?
With pleasure. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Mark Triplett. We're delighted everyone's here tonight. And thank you again for the Kennedy students for that excellent pledge. That was fantastic. So we're really excited to have Kennedy here tonight, and leading the way is Principal Soria, who's going to talk to us about Kennedy and all the amazing things they're doing. And then also just want to make note of the fantastic artwork and student work that's on the back wall.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet. and those attending in person and listening online. I'm Jaime Soria. I am representing Kennedy Elementary. Before I begin, I just want to thank everyone's efforts for keeping our students and staff safe and informing our community. It's definitely been a challenge since we've returned from winter break. So also want to welcome our Kennedy students and families for joining us tonight. You'll be hearing from them a little bit later. And so it's a lot here, a lot go on. So we're going to go ahead and begin. I want to start off with our mission. And it is the mission of Kennedy Elementary to ensure high levels of learning for all students, to foster a community built on respect for one another. The key word is community. And we work as a team at Kennedy. And an example of that is at the beginning of the year, we did a community building event where our teachers engaged in a scavenger hunt. And it was a lot of fun. It was a friendly competition. So we got the idea. I want to give a shout out to Principal Rangel for giving me the idea. And you can see here with the pictures is that we were in teams and our teachers went around the community and captured some of who we represent. So you can see there, Newark Boulevard is a boundary for Kennedy, and we went to the lake at Lake Shore. And you can see our teachers there mingling with the ducks, and it was a lot of fun. We actually went to local businesses that support Kennedy as well. And really, the purpose of this activity was to refresh, recharge from our distance learning, and definitely to remind us about our community who we serve, which is wonderful. So it was a lot of fun, and we're very glad, and it was a good kickstart to the year. Next, I just want to talk a little bit about our data and success. So what we see here is our iReady reading and math scores for trimester 1. And this was taken in the fall, and we do see some success there in reading where almost half of our students, at 48%, are at grade level or above. So definitely something to recognize. And in math, even though our numbers are a little bit lower, but 36% of our students are at grade level or above. So we do see lower percentages indicated in the red, where students are performing 2 or more grade levels below in reading and math. So reading's at the top and math is in the bottom. And what we're seeing here are the grade levels 1st through 6th. Kindergarten will be taking the assessment coming up here in February. As you can also see in yellow, a significant amount of our students are in this performance band. And in reading, we have 108 students, and in math, 144 students. And the total amount of students was 383, again, for 1st and 6th grade, or through 6th grade. So although we're focusing on all of our students, we definitely want to revisit our scores in February when we take the diagnostic for a second time. And we especially want to look closely at those performing in the yellow and red designated performance areas, which takes us to our next slide here, is where we want to focus on how we respond to our data. And that is by looking at our multi-tiered system of supports. One of our goals this year is to teach and support the whole child. And what I mean by that is academics, behavioral, social emotional. So academics, whole class, and a small group instruction, behavior with our PBIS program, and character strong to support our social emotional learning. So the emphasis is not to isolate these 3 areas, but to have them exist and coincide with one another. And through that, takes us to our second bullet, is with collaboration. In December, our teachers and intervention teachers gathered together, and they met, and our approach was to put students at the center. And you can see there with the graph. And in these meetings, we had discussions where we focus on students receiving Tier 2 support. And many of those students we see on the previous slide were in red and yellow performance areas. So with that, we identified needs by looking and gathering baseline data, and it wasn't just iReady. We were looking at DRA as well as math intakes and classroom assessments. We gathered resources such as iReady lessons that are standards-based and sometimes really finding prerequisite skills, hands-on materials and manipulatives to support the various learning modalities. And we also determined the frequency of the intervention. Are we seeing students twice a week, 3 times a week? And definitely we created SMART goals. That was the outcome of these meetings for our students. And used formative assessments to guide our instruction. And ultimately, through our cycle of inquiry, we were determining next steps. So our intervention's fluid. Students can join a group and they can exit a group if progress is made. It could be for reading, math, or ELD. The last bullet there is very crucial because one thing I want to highlight is we really do a fantastic job with informing our families, who are a key component in our students' success. So being in those meetings like the SST meetings and other meetings where families are involved, our families really want to know how they can support at home. So I very much want to apply that. Programs at Kennedy that we have is through our multi-tiered systems of support. We have our intervention teachers and mental health clinicians that are supporting academics, behavioral and social emotional learning. We have our art and music program offered at Kennedy. Our cost team and our student success team is supporting our students in academics, behavioral and social emotional learning. We have an enrichment program with Math Club where we have a teacher special assignment. Ms. Melissa Moore is coming to our site on Thursdays for students in 2nd through 6th grade who just have a love for math. So it's an awesome opportunity. And then we also have homework club to support our students who need a little bit extra assistance or maybe just need a little bit of quiet time to work on some assignments in class. Our site focus is social emotional learning and PBIS. With the first one, with Character Strong, we are pleased with the curriculum, and we know the board had a lot to do with that in approving. We want to thank you. We see that implemented in our professional development at the site. We have 4 site professional developments, and our teachers are exploring lessons. They're even modeling how they are implementing it during the instructional day. And with that, it's paired up with our PBIS, and this year's focus is acknowledging student behaviors. There's multiple ways for students to earn prizes and gifts and blue tickets and Eagle Bucks. And with that, we have our character traits each month. So for instance, January is kindness. So we say it in morning announcements, and we really want students to really demonstrate and show kindness, and they're also recognized. We are focusing on certain areas, for instance, in our cafeteria with the weather elements. You know, a lot of our students are now eating inside due to the weather. So we have a friendly challenge. You can see a picture there captured where students can earn Eagle badges, and they can also earn some prizes and rewards. At Kennedy, we want to recognize student voice. So one example there, she actually happens to be here, is Lila, a 6th grader. She actually set up a meeting with me, and it's exactly what it says there on the screen is ways to improve eating in the cafeteria. So what I liked about this presentation, I won't go into the slide deck because it's very thorough. If you have a chance, I could share it with you. She really talked about like ways to improve, like gave me a lot of suggestions. But what I appreciate is that she came in with also solutions, and we see that in norms that we say be solution oriented. Well, our 6th grader here is an example of that. So I really appreciate her ideas, and I did say there's some things that I actually need board approval for. So sometimes they think I can make it happen right away, but I was like, okay, but she understood. The other is I want to acknowledge is our student council, wonderful leaders. If we were to click, I won't for the purpose of it's probably a little bit hard to read, but it's a newsletter that went out, and our student council is really just putting it out there for our students to stay informed and engaged with some of the activities. And just a big shout out to Ms. Babbage, a 4th grade teacher, who's leading the way with our young leaders. They're doing a fantastic job. You'll hear from some of the student council today. Events. We're going to try to play this video, see if we have some audio. International Day in May, we have that coming up. And just to kind of tee this off is we have Martin here, who's also in the audience. And it just so happened that organically, he was kind of tasked with talking and showcasing the country. It just happened to be is Netherlands. So it happened organically, and this video it's about a minute long if we're going to try to play it. You want to give it a try? Let's go ahead and try.
Let's talk about what is in Netherlands and what they do. So, there's always a lot of water in Netherlands, and they have a lot of boats they always sail, and they always play soccer, and they love to bike. They have a lot of bikes, and oh yeah, these are wooden. In fact, we call them donkeys. They don't, we have them roasted, but sometimes they do. And okay, now I'm going to give you guys a question. So what is Netherlands flower? You can look me up on food.
I wonder if we know the answer to that. Did you hear it? What is Netherlands flower?
Yeah, I was asked that question when I was there. Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah.
I think you were.
Yeah, the answer probably everybody knows is tulip.
You got it. Winner, winner, winner. Yeah. Is that acceptable? Yeah. All right. He got it. He got it right. All right. So yeah, the great thing that I just also want to share is that it just happened organically. He did a fantastic job, and he's an English learner. I just want to let you know that who's up for reclassification this year. So that's awesome. Yeah, really awesome. And for our next event here, I should say our campaign, is I actually have some helpers here to explain that. So I'm going to invite them up, and we're going to talk about kindness at Kennedy. So you want to come on up and help me?
Good evening, school board. My name is Lila Ogimachi, and I am on the Kennedy Elementary School Student Council. We have 36 students on our student council, and each student is in one of our 6 special committees. We have a newsletter committee, a generosity committee, a games committee, a STEM committee, a contest committee, and a kindness committee. Each committee is responsible for coming up with events that are not only fun, but also uplift our school community. Tonight, I have with me Nico K., Alyssa L., and Martine V. We are all on the kindness committee.
Tonight, we're going to tell you what the Kindness Committee's upcoming plan is for our school. Kennedy Elementary is going to be a part of the Great Kindness Challenge, which will be the week of February 14th. We are planning activities for the whole school to participate in that focus around kindness.
Each day of the week will be a different spirit day where the students will have fun dressing up to a kindness theme. For example, Monday the 14th will be a peace, love, and kindness day, and the students can dress in tie-dye hippie clothes and wear peace signs.
During the Great Kindness Week, we are also going to run a daily recess challenge where students can choose an act of kindness to do that day, such as inviting a new friend to play with them. Once they do that act of kindness, they will write it on a piece of paper and add it to our kindness tree bulletin board. On top of the Great Kindness Challenge, the Kindness Committee wants to continue the message of being kind all the time. So we are partnering with our Kennedy PTA to create shirts with the Kennedy Elementary kindness message for the whole school.
We hope we gave you a little peek into Kennedy Elementary's amazing student council and all the wonderful activities we organize. And don't forget, kindness matters everywhere. Thank you for listening.
So yes, I knew they would probably steal the spotlight here, but excellent job. And we might have some questions, so we just hang out for now. In closing, also wanted to just acknowledge that we started with community, and at Kennedy Spotlight, we want to just recognize an upcoming community project in the form of a playground paint project. So with this, we want to add some life to our playground and brighten it up. And the plan is to do this in the spring. So we want to also paint our storage containers there, who probably need a little bit of a touch-up. And we just will be reaching out to volunteers who love art and supporting the community. So I just want to thank you for listening and allowing us to share all the wonderful things that we have at Kennedy. So thank you.
Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. Do members have comments or questions? Member Hill?
Yeah, Principals, sorry, yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for bringing your kids and your team, and great spirit, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, I was very lucky to attend the International Day last year, and yeah, we have quite a diverse campus on there, and I visited, I think, all the booths there, and when the last one was actually the Netherlands, the Dutch one. And in addition to the question, I guess the kid also asked me, what other things famous about Netherlands that I know, that I mentioned. I guess orange is your national color, and you have a lot of windmills in Netherlands, and many parts of Netherlands is actually under sea level. That's the things I know about. It was very interesting and a very, very dynamic conversation I had with the kids. Very pleasant conversation.
Yeah, and I want to thank you, Board Member Zhang, for attending, and we hope to see you, everybody here in May.
Absolutely. Member Resendez-Ortiz, any comments?
Sorry. I would just like to say thank you for bringing your students and family from Kennedy, showing the support for Kennedy. And thank you to the students who participated. Student council goes a long way, and I hope to see y'all one day on the student council at the high school.
Thank you. Again, thank you for the fantastic presentation. Really appreciate the children's participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to adjourn this meeting to our closed session meeting that will occur. That's 3.1 on our agenda. So meeting's adjourned for approximately 40 minutes. open session back in session. There is no actions in closed session that we need to report.
I'm sorry, Member Grindal, can I have you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe if I turn on my microphone, that'll help too. We're calling the meeting back into open session. There are no items from the closed session to report. Let's move to 6.1, employee organizations. Ms. Croce, can you call the organizations NTA, CSEA, and NUMA in order?
Yes, thank you. For NTA, we have Ms. Sherry Villa.
There's three of us actually doing it.
There are three of you. So Ms. Villa, Ms. Wasser, and thank you.
Okay. Hello, board. My name is Emery Wasser-Tung. I am a certificated librarian and former math teacher at the high school. I am here representing Newark Memorial High School tonight. I am speaking tonight on behalf of the guest teacher, AKA subs, shortage at our school. Today, I believe there were 15 teachers absent at the high school. I'm not sure how many of those absences were unfilled. However, this week, our administration made the decision to cancel our 2 pause intervention times and create a new bell schedule, because that program cannot be supported while we have so many absent teachers, without guest teacher coverage. In addition, the counselors and I, who don't have a designated prep period, were even asked to sub at some point in our day on Tuesday. The students are not being provided a meaningful experience when they are being shuffled from one classroom to a sub-classroom, when support programs are being canceled due to teachers being out, or when admin are being taken away from their main job functions to sub a class. In addition, teachers who are in-house subbing are mentally and professionally burnt out from not having the adequate time to do meaningful work for their regular student contacts. This is unsustainable and unhealthy for staff. For the purpose of trying to have productive conversations, we need to figure out a plan to improve. Why isn't NUSD looking for more opportunities to have a larger subpool by offering better rates? NUSD is still paying rates lower than surrounding districts. Why is NUSD discussing hiring 5 TOSAs next year when teachers are losing their prep time and will continue to do so in following years if sub rates don't increase? And realistically, classroom teachers will absolutely not have the time to fully receive meaningful PD or support from these 5 TOSAs. 5 TOSAs without a clear plan or direction from the district is entirely unneeded. If you want a TOSA's work to be meaningful to teachers, you must provide teachers release time to hear, plan, deliver, and interpret results of each PD implemented. What is the board and NUSD willing to do to create a healthy and sustainable working condition for teachers, which ultimately affect the education the students receive? Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on behalf of NTA.
Hi, Dr. Triplett and Cabinet, respected board members. Happy New Year. NTA looks forward to building bridges between almost 300 classroom teachers and the district office. NTA's junior high teachers embrace the middle school model and are looking forward to getting together to have meaningful dialogue and making plans to implement and incorporating 6th grade to our campus. There are many aspects to consider in making a middle school model. If you are not on a school site, the intricate details of planning may be eluding. I'm bringing forward the concerns of the NTA about the planning that is taking place. We are adding another grade level to NJHS in a little over 7 months. There is a planning committee, but no information has been offered. In asking a committee member, NTA was informed there is no concrete plans. Other middle school sites haven't even been visited as of yet, and to see how they operate. NTA has several concerns. Where will the students physically attend classes? NJHS has empty classrooms scattered throughout the campus. However, is the plan to put 6th graders in those classrooms? Will 6th grade be separated from 8th grade? In surrounding districts, that is how the middle schools operate, including separate lunches and breaks and classes. NTA has informed the board about the lack of safety at the junior high. and it continues to get worse. In coming back from winter break, we have had more fights, even if they are not properly documented, more vandalism, and more graffiti. What is the plan to keep our students safe? Where will the 6th grade physically attend? A schedule. It is important to have a schedule that is conducive to good learning and not complicated for students. Will 6th grade be isolated from 8th grade as other districts offer? Middle schools should not have a block schedule. This has been tried previously at the junior high, and grades dropped and behavior issues increased. With a 54-minute class period, classes should transition at least 3 times in a classroom. With a block schedule, classes would have to transition at least 6 times. And with that many transitions, some learning does get lost. Bathrooms, another concern. We have 2 boys' bathrooms and 2 girls' bathrooms for a total of 6 stalls for each gender. At least 1 set of bathrooms is closed daily for a portion of the day. They are closed due to the vandalism and graffiti. Where will the 6th grade restrooms be located? Will we be building any? There are not enough campus monitors to effectively monitor the entire campus, cafeteria, and bathrooms now. So what is the plan to keep our students safe? The ELD program. When 6th grade moves up, what is the plan to support the ELD program? The program is already so impacted that only our level 1 ELD students have full support. ELD 2 students have partial support. ELD 3 and ELD 4 students have 0 support. The junior high doesn't even have sheltered classes. This week, NJHS just received 2 new students who do not speak any English at all. They will have to be put into an ELD 1 class that is completely impacted. When 6th grade comes to the campus, how will the ELD 6th grade students be supported? What is the plan? PE and electives. Will 6th grade be in the locker rooms with the same time as the 7th and 8th graders? Will 6th grade participate in athletics with 7th and 8th graders? As of now, 7th and 8th grade have elective classes together. Will 6th grade be in that mix, or will they have separate electives? Will 6th grade get to have electives? What exactly is the plan? These are just a few of the NTA concerns about the planning, or what seems to be a lack thereof. We're not sure. In becoming a middle school, NTA is uncertain if there is real planning happening, or if there is a real good plan and it's not being told to us if the DO is being transparent or not. Sorry, I'm like hot and I'm gonna, all right. Making the NJHS a middle school has been a long time coming and has been talked about for years. The staff at the junior high is all accepting of the middle school model. However, we are not accepting of not having a cohesive plan, nor are we accepting of not being informed about the plan. NTA is concerned and would like some answers by the next board meeting. The middle school model is a directive from the board. But who on the board is overseeing the plan? Please address these concerns and ask for some open dialogue between NTA members and the DO, not just for a volunteer committee. We need real dialogue. These are some of the concerns, but not all of them. Also included are adding more office staff to alleviate some of the tremendous workload, adding some more custodians since we have drastically added to their workload when COVID hit, and hiring more campus monitors since the number we have now is not adequate to keep our kids safe. They cannot be everywhere at once. NTA would like to know the plan about the teaching staff. Will sixth grade teachers move up? Will junior high teachers be teaching sixth graders? We want to know what the plan is. NTA hopes to have a meaningful dialogue with the DO so planning can take place with all issues considered and implemented to keep our students safe and to give them the highest quality education they deserve. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Triplett, board members. Big concerns from junior high and high school NTA members right there. I was gonna read a similar list from elementary, but you know, the guest teacher shortage, while yes, there's a shortage in every school district, but it's hitting elementary. You know, we have some classes who haven't had PE or science in almost a month. So, like I said, I intended to go into the elementary part, but I'll wrap this up by sharing with you Article 3.3 in our CBA, in our contract, which is the right to consult. What it reads, it says, consultation as used in this agreement shall be defined as follows. Discussion which provides each party with a meaningful opportunity to materially impact, influence, and shape discussions before they are made. So again, NTA is looking forward to having consultation regarding guest teachers, regarding the sixth grade middle school design, regarding the closure of music school, all of these things. We're ready to consult. Thank you.
Thank you. CSEA Representative Sue Eustace. I do not believe she's here. We do have the NUMA representative, Ms. Vicenta Ditto. She's joining us via Zoom.
Good evening. This is Vicenta Ditto. I'm NUMA president, and I would like to greet I'm not sure if it's vice president or clerk, Grindel, members of the board, executive cabinet members. This week we observed Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This wise man that helped shape our great nation once said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." As we close in on the 2-year mark of the school closure and the change of everything we knew school to be, the past 3 weeks have further tested our resolve, abilities, dedication, and empathy. We have communicated with our community members in multiple languages, from Spanish to Farsi to Hindi to Mandarin, and many, many more. We have worked hours upon hours to ensure families are notified if their child may have faced additional risk. We have pushed ourselves to serve our community to the best of our ability, and then a little more. NUSD leaders have stood tall throughout these times of challenge and controversy. We continue to lead in service to our schools, our community, and always our students. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Next, 7.1, we already moved forward in this agenda. That was the excellent school spotlight from Kennedy Elementary. Next is public comment on non-agenda items.
We do have a speaker.
We have a speaker for public comment on non-agenda items? Yes, fantastic. I have a little speech to read first. Before we start on public comment on non-agenda items, I want to let the public know that we're following board meeting protocols as set forth in the governance team handbook. The main reason why we do not have a back and forth dialogue during public comment is to avoid unintentionally conducting a discussion of non-agendized items. Board members and staff will limit their responses to non-agendized public comments. The board president may respond on behalf of the board. All responses will conform to the following guidelines, and the responses should be limited to 3 minutes. A brief statement to, these needs to follow the guidelines. A brief statement to acknowledge the speaker may be made in appreciation and respect for the public comment and reaffirm that the board cannot act on a request during non-agenda items. A question may be asked for basic clarification as necessary to understand the public comment without engaging in a substantive discussion. There will not be debate with the public speaker. As appropriate, the board may refer the matter to staff members or other resources for a factual response, or a request may be made by the board to agendize the item at a future meeting. We would request that commenters maintain civility and refrain from personal attacks. The board welcomes and considers public comment, but we want to remind my fellow board members, superintendent, executive cabinets, and members of the public that this is not a public forum. It is a meeting of the Board of Education held in public. So with that, can I please hear from any members of the public who are here who want to speak, as well as a member of the public that is on the Zoom line?
Yes, thank you. We have Miss Cindy Parks. She is joining us via Zoom. Ms. Parks, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. And thank you, Member Grandal, for reading what you did. It affirmed what I had read at the last meeting. Tonight, I'd like to mention that at the tail end of my public comments at the last meeting, I requested the slide presentation from the study session to be uploaded to the district website, as most of the presentation was not legible for those viewing from home. The presentation was not uploaded, nor was my request captured in the minutes. Therefore, I'm going to make the request again. This is not a request for a new practice. In the library section of board docs is a section for supplemental documents. It is where presentations or information provided during the board meeting is available. The supplemental documents tab has recently been updated to even delineate them by year. Unfortunately, the last presentation uploaded was from September 2021. Transparency is limited when the presentations aren't part of the agenda and the public can't read them while viewing YouTube. Please resume the posting to supplemental documents of all presentations not attached to the agenda. Finally, an FYI, there isn't a time clock visible for those speaking to know when their 3 minutes are up. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you for your comments. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak? And again, anyone in the audience who would like to make a public comment? Thank you. At this time, we should move to the superintendent report. Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, Member Grandal. So this evening, I wanted to present the superintendent report and really focus on providing a COVID update. We recently have had some new COVID guidance released. Things are changing very fast, as I think all of you know, with regard to COVID, and likewise is true of the guidance coming from both the state and the county. Next slide, please. But before we begin, I did appreciate Principal Ditto making reference to this week. As we all know, we were able to celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 17th. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't also just highlight the incredible leadership and the inspiration that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. has provided to all of us. And I did pick out one particular quote that is really I try to lead with, which is, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that." And so in NUSD, we really do try to all think about being guided by love for our students, for each other, and for our families. Next slide, please. So jumping right into the COVID-19 updates, we did have a town hall meeting last night. We had one in Spanish and one in English. I will say that we had about 200, last time I checked, We had about 290 views on YouTube. I think there was 100 participants there in the English version, about 40 participants in the Spanish version. We've had about 50 additional hits on YouTube for the Spanish version. Next slide. So many of these slides are from that presentation. I just wanted to, I think it's valuable to continue to reiterate this information and share it in as many spaces as possible. So first of all, you've seen this before. This is the report that we present weekly of the data around the COVID-19 positive cases. The information is based on positive cases of NUSD students and staff who reported to school or to work during their infectious period. So this does not actually include students who were during the break, who became positive and never came to school after the break because they were positive. However, it does highlight the incredible spike that we've all witnessed, the Omicron surge. You can see the first week in January, we had 141 positive cases. January, the following week, last week, we had 180 positive cases of students. Likewise, staff, 16 the first week and 24 the second week. I want to just take a moment to appreciate the incredible work of our teachers, our principals, office staff who are managing this, who are doing all the contact tracing, who are supporting with the testing, and continue to show up to work and to support our students to learn despite these really challenging conditions. I will say I did talk to the public health official, Dr. Moss, today. Or actually, he talked to me because he was presenting something to a large group. And he, looking at the data, he confirmed what we've noticed also, and that is that we seem to have peaked and we seem to be on the downward slope of a peak. So that's what we've noticed this week, although we don't have all of the numbers yet for the week, but it appears that we may have peaked and in this surge and that we may be seeing the downward slope. I think that doesn't mean that the cases are going away anytime soon, but hopefully we're gonna be headed in the right direction soon. Next slide, please. So I know there was some questions last time around the process that is used when there is a child either has symptoms or is tested positive, and then what we do with how to communicate with other students who were exposed to a positive case. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but I just did want to show it to the board. This is created from Alameda County Health Department in conjunction with the state health department as well as Alameda County Office of Education. And there have been changes in the protocol, given Omicron's, the level of contagion, but then also, fortunately, the fact that if someone is vaccinated, the severity seems to be, in most cases, seems to be significantly less than other variants that we've experienced in the past. And because of that, the county and the state have modified their guidelines. And so, again, I won't go through it all, but you can see on here, this first slide is, my child has symptoms of COVID-19, whether vaccinated or unvaccinated, and then what are the steps that we take at our schools and with our district nurse when this situation occurs. Next slide, please. And then the flow chart has become 2 pages. It used to be 1 page, but it's gotten more complicated. And so this is the second part of the situation is when a student was exposed and is not vaccinated, and then when a student was exposed and is vaccinated. And there's slightly different steps that are articulated here. However, if we go to the next slide, we did want to introduce, and we shared this with principals yesterday as well as community at Town Hall, and we're going to be instituting some trainings both today and tomorrow, I believe, around a new protocol that the California Department of Public Health has introduced that we are going to be adopting as of Monday. So we have not adopted this until Monday because we wanted to make sure we had time to be communicating this out, doing it right, preparing properly. But I'm going to go over it briefly with the board here. So when a student is exposed to someone with COVID-19, first of all, the school notifies the student and family students who have spent more than a cumulative total of 15 minutes within a 24-hour period in a shared indoor airspace, such as a classroom, with someone with COVID-19 during the period of infectiousness for that the student who is infected. So in past, the guidance was that that the school would conduct contact tracing to identify individual students that were in close proximity to a positive case. But now the state is guiding us to change slightly and really consider anyone in the space to be considered exposed. Next slide, please. So when that occurs, the whole class at this point we're going to consider to be exposed, and then we send out a group exposure letter. It's considered contact tracing within 24 hours, and that goes out to all the families, students in a given class or in a given group. And it also articulates next steps. This letter next to it is just a prop. It's not the actual letter that is being sent out anymore. And then at the same time, what we used to do, and we will do up until tomorrow, is that we would, on that day, the same day, we'd send out a community letter for every single exposure. And so what was happening is that families were receiving a multitude of letters, and it was just getting really overwhelming for families. And so many districts have shifted to just a once a week, one single communication for both exposures and communicating cases. We are going to continue to send out the letter daily around exposures because we believe families really want to know in the moment and not wait till the end of the week. But then we will send out a weekly communication to the school community about the number of positive cases that occurred in that week. So within this group tracing, this is so the notification is sent to groups, as I said, of exposed students rather than contact tracing to an individual close contact. Next slide, please. And then this is the crux and really a new element is that in the previous guidelines, it really depended on vaccination status, whether or not a student needed to quarantine or could continue in person if they were asymptomatic. At this point, exposed students, regardless of vaccination status or prior infection, students who are exposed and agree to participate in weekly testing may continue to take part in all aspects of K-12 schooling, including sports, extracurricular activities, and unless they develop symptoms or test positive for COVID-19. So what that means is we are going to be allowing students to continue to participate in school as long as they're asymptomatic and that they agree to be testing. So this is for exposed students who are asymptomatic. If a student is exposed and develops symptoms, of course, they cannot be in school and need to quarantine. And if an exposed student tests positive, then of course they should isolate. So they cannot be in school and need to be isolated. So those are the new guidelines. Did want to just reiterate our testing because we've had testing available from the beginning of school. But now I think it's become much more utilized. So I just want to reiterate that we have asymptomatic testing programs at every school, tests once a week, each school. It does require parent or guardian consent, but any parent can sign up their child to be tested. There's online website as well as in school offices, and this is no cost to families. And this is just the schedule, so you can see that where the testing occurs each week. And so moving forward, students who were exposed, they don't have to go to school. They could quarantine, but they are able to go to school if they agree to the testing. And then just wanted to reiterate our free COVID testing for the public at Whiteford. We are now up to, I believe in the last, since the start of the new year, we've tested over 8,000 people, both students, parents, and community members. And so we'll continue to provide this service. Really pleased that we are able to provide this, given how difficult it is to get a test throughout the country right now. And so that's something that will continue. And then did just want to reiterate around vaccinations. So a reminder to all families that it is expected, according to the California state government, that COVID-19, once approved fully by the FDA, will become a part of the required vaccination list for in-person schooling. So that's not yet the case, but we also just want to make sure that people aren't surprised when that does, when and if that does happen. And we continue to have our vaccination clinics at Coyote Hills every Sunday. This is free to the public, includes vaccinations, boosters, and it actually also includes other vaccinations for flu. And that's the presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Triplett. Are there comments or questions from board members? Member Hill?
Dr. Triplett, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the updated approach regarding how we're handling, again, COVID in the schools, and the fact that even if we do have exposure, students can continue to go so long as you're describing, that they don't display symptoms or test positive for COVID. So I think that that's a good step to make sure that we try to get back to normalcy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other members with comments?
Well, I guess
Member Zhang?
I just hope that, the interesting thing about the COVID case is oftentimes when you see the peak being exposed, that probably means the peak is over. So hopefully come February, we're really past the peak. Given that we have this 2-week delay, looking at the number, I am somewhat confident that I think the worst is over.
Any other comments? I just want to thank you for the report and for bringing all this information up to date, and for the entire community. I am hopeful that that very complex flow chart is going to be available on our website, where people can get to it, because it's very hard to read, and probably hard to read even on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. But if we can get that up on our website, that would be useful to the community. So thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, it is already on our website, and it is in multiple languages.
Thank you. All right, so now we move to staff reports. First report is on math progressions. Superintendent?
Thank you, Member Grindell. I'm going to have Mr. Dolowitz join us, and he's going to speak on the work that's being done around math progressions. And is Ms. Pierce-Davis, did you want to also wanted to introduce?
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Yes, no, this is a project that Mr. Dolowitz and I have been working on since last year, as the board is well aware of. And Mr. Dolowitz has done a phenomenal job of taking much messy work and summarizing it for tonight. So without further ado.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pierce-Davis. Good evening, members of the board. I'm excited to present a draft of math progressions this evening. It's been a long time coming. 3 outcomes for tonight's presentation. 1, to provide the rationale for improved math progressions, specifically in secondary grades 6 through 12, that are aligned with California Department of Education's proposed mathematics framework, scheduled to be adopted in July of 2022. 2nd, to articulate comprehensive progression options regarding secondary math courses, A, that are Common Core aligned, and B, as mentioned, vertically aligned grades 6 through 12, with multiple opportunities for support and also for acceleration. And then 3, to detail opportunities for community engagements that have already begun and that will continue to occur through the remainder of 2022. So one of the biggest challenges that we've inherited currently, algebra and geometry are both offered at the junior high school level. And so thus it serves as a gatekeeper for students to complete calculus. There's pros and cons to that. There's a very small number. And one of the cons that I'll detail later in this presentation is that those students are missing foundational standards offered in Math 7 and Math 8. The other drawback is that students, really a large scale number of students that we serve, don't have an opportunity to accelerate at a more developmentally appropriate level, specifically at the high school level once they've had algebra. And so our current progression, it's not aligned with mathematics framework, nor is it Common Core aligned. Common Core arrived in 2014, and prior to that, the math courses and the sequence at the secondary level have not been updated. And so one of the essential questions asked in Ed Services is how do we maximize opportunities for students at the high school level to engage in a variety of math courses? Again, both support and intervention, but also acceleration. And so this is really a unique opportunity. Moving the 6th grade to the middle school next year allows the opportunity for improved vertical alignment. Since I arrived in 2019, I began meeting with the junior high and the high school math departments. Ms. Pierce Davis and I continued that last year, and then I've gone out there and presented and also heard input. So this plan is crafted with their input. It's really a shared plan with both the high school and the junior high math departments involved. And then ultimately, there's been new work between K-12 education at the California Department of Education level with the college and university system, specifically with the UC and the CSU system. And so the math framework that's about to be adopted this summer details learning progressions I'm speaking about tonight that make math more accessible to students, that identifies algebra as the critical middle school course most appropriate for acceleration at the middle school level, and it outlines more than one opportunity for students to accelerate, not just going into algebra and then geometry at the junior high level, but finding other ways to provide that opportunity for students at the high school level as well. So currently, these are the 3 sequences offered at the junior high. The top sequence is the recommended sequence with the California Department of Education and along with the math framework for the majority of students. They receive foundational standards, Math 6, Math 7, Math 8. The second sequence allows an accelerated option after students take an assessment, earn a grade in Math 6, and have teacher recommendation, and it compresses 2 years into 1, which leads them, if they receive a B or better, into algebra. And that third sequence, Math 6, still exists, and again is not Common Core aligned, and it allows students to go into algebra and then geometry, thereby missing Math 7 and Math 8. And so looking at the data, being very specific with our respective departments at the junior high and high school, there are noticeable gaps. Even for students that accelerate and reach calculus, that teachers then have to provide intense algebra as foundational skills because they skipped over Math 8. And I'll go into some of the specific topics that they missed momentarily. From a fiscally responsible standpoint, we have a very low number of students at geometry. Again, it's not recommended by the mathematics framework, and it's simply not fiscally responsible or prudent from a district standpoint to sustain that. And like I mentioned, currently, algebra and geometry at the junior high level is a gateway class to calculus. And so we want to provide that opportunity, yes, at the junior high and eventually middle school, but also at the high school where it's more developmentally appropriate. And then finally, there's been research and really a new push around a path from the Mathematical Association as well as National Council of Teachers that really we should press pause when it comes to rushing students on their way to calculus because they need algebra, they need a lot of those foundational skills that they're going to come back to serve them in the challenging classes down the road. And so we partnered with Phil Darrow. He's one of the math experts. He was a lead writer of the Common Core State Standards of Mathematics. He's a college and university professor, but he's also been a part of the California Department of Education, and he's directed the National Center for Education, the economy's new standards project. And so he really provides a bridge between the university and college system with K-12 education. So this clip is about 1 minute, 41 seconds. It's going to provide some context and also kind of make the point around the importance of algebra.
The National Math Panel, which met over 10 years ago now, and looked at the problem, this is long before the Common Core, looked at the problems of math instruction in this country, made very plain recommendations that the most important mathematics that we need to teach in high school is the mathematics of Algebra 1. And the implication of that is we need to spend more time on it, not less time on it. We have to bear in mind that if you talk to university mathematicians, they've been complaining for a long time that students come in to their calculus courses having passed AP Calculus, but having weak foundation in algebra. And that high schools would be better, students would be better advised to spend more time learning Algebra 1 more thoroughly, more deeply, rather than rushing through that important content just so they can cover more advanced content, also superficially. So a big part of this is let's take the time to go more deeply into the most important mathematics, which comes earlier, not later. The more advanced topics are more advanced. That doesn't make them more important. And where it is more important is where we need to spend more time. And accelerating through the most important content, not very advisable even for our best students. But we have to go more deeply for those students, challenge them to understand it in a more rigorous way than we typically have.
So we've partnered, we've met with district leaders both in Alameda County, in San Mateo, in San Francisco. If this chart details a number of those topics in Math 8 that students would be missing. So if you look specifically at the two columns on the right, Math 8 and Algebra 1, you can see, for instance, proportional relationships in Math 8 at the very top in the yellow is non-existent in Algebra 1. And there are a total of 5 different topics that students miss in Math 8 by accelerating. If they have a Math 7-8 compressed course, they still receive Math 8 instruction. But if they go from Math 6 to algebra to geometry, they miss entire years of topics. Like I said, we've partnered with districts throughout the Bay. If you look at this, you can see Fremont Unified. A few things to note. If you look at that yellow sequence, Math 6, Math 7, Math 8, in the middle school years, leads to algebra, geometry, Algebra 2 or Algebra 2 trig, and pre-calculus, which in Newark Unified we call math analysis. Now, if you look lower in 7th and 8th, and you look at the pink, you can see 2, 3. That's their compressed class. That's their blend course. And the following year in 8th grade, they have Math 8 and Algebra 1. Hearing from Mr. Darrow, not exactly advisable with the math framework. You're blending 3 courses in 2, yes, and one of those courses is algebra at an earlier level in the student's career. Do students have an opportunity to accelerate? Yes. If you look at, for instance, the pink at the very bottom, that's a blend of 3 courses in 2 years. Geometry, Algebra 2, and trig. And that's happening at the 9th and 10th grade levels. So a little bit early in the students' careers. If you look at a simplified version, San Francisco Unified. Now, San Francisco has a number of different challenges. In terms of their alignment with mathematics framework, they still allow students to reach AP Calculus, and to do so in 12th grade. The acceleration does not happen until the 11th grade year. In other words, every student takes Math 6, Math 7, Math 8. Every student takes algebra in 9th. Every student takes algebra in 10th. What we want to do is provide an opportunity at the middle school level and at the high school so that students have an opportunity to accelerate and receive supports. And so, again, this is a draft crafted with community as well as our departments. One example, if we look at progression 1, students take Math 6, Math 7, and Math 8. Progression 2, students take Math 6. There's a district assessment with the input from our math teachers at the junior high. They have an assessment at the end of 6th grade. They have a grade from 6th grade, and they have a teacher recommendation, which would lead students to accelerate in a Math 7-8 compressed, which is responsible in that they're receiving the Math 8 standards, leads them to algebra at the 8th grade level. These blue and green progression charts align with the high school. So if you look at a draft for our math progressions at the high school level, again, the blue would be the standard traditional Math 6, Math 7, Math 8, and that could lead to algebra the 9th grade, geometry, or geometry accelerated. What's new, last year, the board approved the purple, the first purple course, blended geometry, algebra 2. There are 3 sections of that happening for the first time at the high school. This year, Curriculum Council approved the second purple course. So what we would intend to do is bring that second course to the board, and that way those students are able to accelerate from Algebra 1 in 9th grade through blended geometry, Algebra 2, math analysis, essentially 3 courses in 2 years. That gives them the opportunity to reach AP Calculus. Similarly, if you look at Progression 2 and you end in Algebra, you start in Geometry or Geometry Accelerated in 9th grade, and you can see the green pathway, again, allows students to be able to reach AP Calculus. It also allows them to be able to take honors courses, which can improve a student's GPA, as well as those AP courses I mentioned, including Calculus or AP Computer Science. So that's a lot of information, but that's an initial draft, again, crafted with community input. For the students that are in, for instance, blended courses, they would need to maintain a C or better in order to continue on the course. I had this flow chart with arrows reverting back because it's fluid. Students are able to progress through it, but if they need more support, they don't continue on through it. They pause and they return to a more appropriate course to give them the skills they need before they go on. But I would contend it's more appropriate to be able to offer an accelerated opportunity at both the middle school and the high school than solely the middle school. And this draft of Math Pathways accomplishes just that. So community engagements on January 12th, I led our first community meeting. And like I said, this year, as well as last year with Ms. Pierce Davis, we've met multiple times with the junior high and math department to allow them to craft this plan. And I've met individually or in groups with, for instance, parents, talked with the principal of the junior high, or individual parents that have reached out. And so for our next steps, we're going to continue to partner with Curriculum and Assessment Council, meet with the respective departments, conduct a community engagement in February, and then ultimately hear back from the board and bring new courses to the board for approval. So I am excited about this because we are looking to update our progressions in alignment with California Department of Education and a mathematics framework that will be front and center this summer. So it is exciting work, and I appreciate your time here this evening.
Any comments from board members?
Yeah, I would let the student board member go first.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dolowich, for the great presentation. One concern I do have on slide 13, where you showed the draft on NUSD Math Pathway, sorry for the eerie noise, is the fact that if you look at 12th grade, the options are AP Calculus AB and AP Calculus BC. However, from what I know at least, BC, in order to take BC, you need to know AB. It's like a necessity in a way. And if we only leave that as a 12th, fascinating. If we only leave that as a 12th grade option, we're limiting students, a majority of students, to only AP Calc AB, unless they decided to take a AB course during the summer as a college course. And then that would also limit the amount of APs students could take, and considering how competitive the college applications are as of now, the more APs, from my peers and I's opinion, is much better. So it would be a concern, students not being able to take BC unless they did much more work outside of regular school courses.
Actually, can I answer that question? Because
you did attend our community engagement, please do so.
So when I first requested this math pathway, I specifically told superintendent, in the high school I graduated, If you're a accelerated student in the math analysis, you got an A, you go directly to BC. You don't need to go to AB. So I particularly asked superintendent to look into that because of the concern you raised. I want our students, the most advanced students, to have BC when they apply to college. And I believe if I read this chart correctly, if you are on the blended algebra 2 math analysis, and then you pass that, you can actually go to BC directly rather than AB.
Would that,
And then if you're in a math analysis honor, you also go straight to a BC.
would
You
that cause a possible learning loss and a weak foundation towards math, though, which what we're trying to prevent?
So this is a great question. So essentially, calculus, let's just call it ABC for now, that is a full year of that first year in college. So what Calculus BC is it's that full year that you would normally take in your first year of college. What Calculus AB is actually takes the first semester of college and spreads it out over the course of a year. So it's for kids who are saying, yes, I'm ready for calculus, but I don't know if I can tackle a college course at a college pace. I want to take that first semester and spread it out over the year. So normally kids do not take, or students do not take, both AB and BC, because BC covers that whole year over the course of a year, and AB takes that first semester of the college course and spreads it out. So it's kind of a choose what pace you want to go at for a very challenging course, whichever one you take, just to be clear.
All right. Actually, the other thing I want to mention, because I remember I asked this during the virtual town hall. So that blended geometry algebra, the purple one, that actually can be done on that ninth grade, and the blended algebra 2 / math analysis can be done on the 10th grade. So if you are worried about learning loss, after the 10th grade math analysis, you can go to AB for 11th grade and BC for 12th grade. Is that true?
That is true.
Yes, so that solved the learning loss problem. So I attended the virtual meeting. That was one of probably the best experience I had.
All right, thank you for everyone's answers.
Good question.
Other comments from board members? Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Delowich, for the presentation. And I can see that there's been a lot of work and thought that's gone into it. One thing, though, that would also be helpful, and this was something that I'd commented on when you came and talked to us about the history curriculum and the textbook, refresh, is I think we really want to see our teachers, front and center in this, right? And so it's not just you coming up and presenting this, but like we're seeing the department chair from the high school, we're seeing the department chair from the junior high school, and they're in lockstep supporting this, right? And so, we want to see that everybody's all in the boat. We don't want to have kind of a top-down where we come up with a plan, but then people are, maybe not everybody's committed, and then it doesn't get executed. So, when you come back again, it would be greatly appreciated if you could bring those people.
Definitely noted.
Great, thank you.
I guess I just have one small question. So in San Francisco Unified, Fremont Unified, and including the high school district I graduated from, we call that pre-calculus. Why do we call that math analysis here?
I actually asked that same question, and I did not get a good answer. So in some districts, they do call it math analysis, and some they call it pre-calc. And I still have, when I find the right answer, I'll bring it back.
Sorry, is there an opportunity to correct that if after your analysis, we want to rename it to be more consistent with the other districts?
We can absolutely visit that. Currently, to my knowledge, historically in this district, it's been called math analysis for years. But we can look into the history of that and revisit it if that's true. Yeah, if it makes, I would say if it's aligned with the mathematics framework and the progression that the California Department of Education puts out, then absolutely.
I wouldn't suggest anything else.
I believe pre-calculus is sort of an older term, and that math analysis is the newer term to describe that.
So Newark is in the forefront then.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to hear that. Any other comments? Student member Resendez Ortiz?
Not necessarily a question, more of a comment. In other school districts, I know that geometry is known as geometry honors, and it does give them that extra GPA boost. I was wondering if that could ever be a possibility here.
That's a possibility. That actually came up with the math department last week. It would require updating a course description, having it approved by Curriculum Council, and then bringing it to the board for approval.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. So item 10.2 is an update on the NUSD Environmental Literacy Plan.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Leonora Robasora is here to present that virtually, so she'll be joining us via Zoom.
Thank you, Ms. Corci. And I believe both Ms. Herbasora and Ms. Pierce, are you also going to be involved in this presentation?
Only because she's presenting virtually, I'll be a backup for her.
Okay.
All right.
I will say before they start, so this is just an update, but as you, thank you. This is ongoing work, and as you know, this is part of the district goals that we discussed earlier this year to really build out a robust STEM program that includes both environmental literacy and computer science and technology. And so we're really excited about the incredible work that's been happening in collaboration with teachers and principals and other community members. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Pierce. Computer science and technology. So we're really excited about the incredible work that's been happening in collaboration with
Ms. Robasora, you ready?
and other.
Yes. Good evening.
Ms. Rebasor, if you can hear us, if you could turn off the YouTube volume,
That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. Trying to navigate these two windows. Good evening, everyone. Vice President Grindal, Superintendent Triplet, members of the board and the executive cabinet. I'm Leonora Kusura, the program administrator for teacher induction. Next slide. Yes. As the program administrator of teacher induction, I developed, direct, and manage a system that implements the activities of a CTC-approved credentialing agency, Newark Teacher Induction. This year, we're supporting 28 teachers to earn their clear teaching credentials. As the program administrator for science, I support the instruction, curriculum, and professional development related to science that promotes and communicates the NUSD vision. This year, I'm also coordinating the district focus, the STEM initiative. Two important components of the STEM initiative are environmental literacy and computational thinking. Tonight, I would like to give you an update on the progress of the environmental literacy plan. While we are still in the midst of the messy work of identifying and defining all the components of this plan, it is also the most fun and exciting time in the development of any new system. This slide captures the activities the district science leadership team has collaborated on for the last 2 years. Yes, even in the midst of distance learning and the pandemic. The plan we wish to share with you tonight is a product of all the collaborations and interactions this very dedicated team of teachers, principals, administrators, representatives from the East Bay Regional Parks, Alameda County Water District, Don Edwards Refuge, and our Bayside partners. In 2020-2021, the NUSD Environmental Literacy Vision was created through a series of sessions that initially focused on the importance of environmental literacy to promote equity and equitable outcomes for all our students. Over the year, at regular meetings every 2 months, the district science leadership team explored and answered the following questions. Why is preparing students to be responsible global citizens and environmental stewards part of the vision? How does NUSD prepare students? What does it mean to be a responsible global citizen and environmental steward? Who is responsible? What needs to happen at each grade level? How is the community involved? And what might be the advantages of outdoor education to the learning experiences of Newark students? By June 2021, the vision was finalized and presented to the board. The plan was crafted to provide a foundation for the vision and create a path towards the realization of the aspirations, goals, and intentions generated by the sessions. This is the proposed timeline. We anticipate this to be a multi-year effort to ensure a strategic planning, decision-making, and the development of a system that we hope will have a lot of lasting impact on our students long past their years in our schools. The plan identifies 4 components. For the purpose of tonight's session, I would like to highlight some of the activities we have accomplished to date aligned with these 4 components. Our Bayside partners and I provide guidance and professional learning experiences to Principal Ranka Perez and the Lincoln Elementary School staff. Mrs. Ranka Perez is one of the active principals of the District Science Leadership Team. The OLLL, or Outdoor Learning with Lincoln Leopards project, is a year-long exploration with a focus on understanding the advantages of outdoor education and how it may be integrated into an already packed daily classroom schedule. At the beginning of the year, Mrs. Ranka Perez, Sarah P. DeMonte, Tiana Velez, our Bayside partners and I met to strategically plan and design activities that offer teachers the opportunity to feel and know what their students may experience. The outline here shows the progression of the activities and experiences. Between each session, teachers receive resources and suggested activities. While this may be optional, the response has been very positive. This is a picture of Mrs. Alcott's TK class learning about the pumpkin. After the first session, Ms. Young's kindergartners went outdoors to search for their favorite leaves. Ms. Fukuya extended that experience. After they found their leaves, they made their observations, highlighting the characteristics of the leaves they found, and each student made a model of their leaf and wrote descriptions in their science notebooks. Community partnership and family engagement. In 2019, NUSD planned 8 science family nights. The science research teachers and I collaborated with Tia Glagolev of Don Edwards Refuge, Sonia Gomez of Coyote Hills, and Rene Gonzalez of ACWD to engage families in a fun night of discovery and exploration. Though only 3 of the events happened that year before we shut down for COVID, this event is still a possibility when COVID guidelines allow it. A newspaper article in March of that year, the Tri-City Voice, documents what a successful event it was. In an effort to extend the classroom learning from or through the 6th grade science curriculum, Ocean Science Sequence, Don Edwards San Francisco Bay Wildlife Refuge, in collaboration with NUSD, organized docent-led field trips with free school buses in 2019. Only 2 trips happened that year. The remaining 6 were unfortunately canceled due to COVID-19. These photos from 2019 show what Newark students may do by the Dumbarton Bridge in San Francisco Bay this spring, 2022. This year, 6th grade classes are scheduled to go on the canceled field trips. Field trips will begin in March to May 2022. All buses are sponsored by Don Edwards San Francisco Bay Wildlife Refuge through a grant from Cargill Salt Incorporated. This is the plan for the field trips. Integration of environmental literacy in teaching and learning. At the TK6 Elementary Staff Development Day in December, teachers were introduced to FOSS Outdoors. This is the environmental literacy outdoor education component of the elementary science curriculum, Full Option Science System, or FOSS. This is the 1st grade overview. This slide identifies where in the physical science module the activities that promote outdoor education may be found. Physical science is taught from mid-November to March. These are examples of posters to assist teachers with managing a learning experience outdoors. This is the link to more resources to ensure teachers are effectively supported when they integrate outdoor learning experiences to their daily or weekly instructional schedule. Seminal activities and experiences. To further enhance the learning of Newark students, we hope to include experiences that will take them off campus through field trips, overnight camps, and internships. Earlier, I described the field trip arranged for the 6th grade students. The link, Outdoor Education, is a slide deck of curated information on possible venues for science camp. This was presented to principals, 5th and 6th grade teachers, and administrators as a possible resource when planning for science camp this year. Internships. One of the most recent development is this internship at Ardenwood Historic Park, sponsored by Cargill Salt Incorporated. This grant was specifically written for a collaboration with Newark students 16 years or older. 12 students will participate in a 10-week internship to learn more about pollinators and help promote sustainable food and ecosystems. Participants will design a plot in a kitchen garden and grow healthy food. They will also learn media communication skills to create a video about their experience. All participants will earn $800 for 50 hours of study. Sonia Gomez, the supervising naturalist at Ardenwood and lead project leader, has worked very closely with NUST administrators on the logistics, details, communication, and this application process for the project. We, Principal Rangel, Principal Calderon, and I are very excited about this partnership. These are the next steps this year. We hope to present you with a more polished and comprehensive version of the plan in March for your feedback. We'll keep you informed every step of the development of this new plan. Thank you.
And if it's okay, just to summarize a little bit, you've heard two presentations from Ed Services, both started with, this is a bit messy. And we're very proud of that fact, actually. When we go into classrooms, we don't want to necessarily hear quiet classrooms. We want to hear students talking about what they're learning, and these processes for us are just like that. Teachers are talking with administrators, are talking with Ed Services, and we are trying to build out plans over time using all of that expertise. I'm also really proud to be a part of a district that, despite the challenges that we've had, said, okay, let's go outdoors. So I just wanted to add that note. We're really proud of this work.
Thank you for the very interesting and informative presentation. Are there comments from board members?
Ms. Marquez has her hand up. I'll let her speak.
Thank you for the acknowledgement. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to also advise that for the internship, there is free public transportation that will be provided for the students that are participating, if I'm not mistaken, for the Newark Unified School District students. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Croce, is there a public commenter on this item?
Not for this item.
Okay, thank you. Yes, student member Resendez Ortiz.
I would just like to reiterate what Ms. Pierce said, and being really thankful about the emphasis we've set on environmental literacy and the possibilities for science. So thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Okay, thank you very much. We are going to move to 10.3. This is the letter from the Alameda County Office of Education. And Ms. De La Cruz, would you like to discuss that?
Yes, yeah, Ms. De La Cruz will be speaking on this letter.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. If you recall, back in December, at the December 6th meeting, I presented the first interim report, and soon after, we submitted that report to the Alameda County Office of Education for their review. And this letter was delivered last Friday to the board as a report on their review. So basically, what it's saying is that they're acknowledging we did file a positive certification, and after reviewing it based on all their guidelines, the county does concur with the district's positive certification. They did add a few comments regarding our multi-year projection. They want to acknowledge that the timely implementation of the district's reductions and the fact that we had one-time funds helped us achieve our projected fund balance for 21-22. However, they do want us to closely monitor continue to monitor our enrollment and our ADA for the next couple of years. just so we continue to be vigilant on our budget. And if the governor's budget doesn't have any additional provisions regarding ADA, that we should develop some contingencies. Our multi-year projection, based on those assumptions at the time, had projected $2.5 million deficit in the next couple of years. Other than that, they, commend the board for the hard work and the staff and everything that we've been able to accomplish to maintain good reserves and also positive certification.
Thank you for the report. That is good news, and I believe that the concerns, the cautions that are included in the letter are very much in the forefront of the board's direction and staff's direction in this area. So these things are not really surprises to us. We do have to be careful as we're dealing with declining enrollment, both structural and COVID related, and I am hopeful that the governor's budget is going to address that. It sounds like there's at least some discussion of that, and but it's wise for us to be monitoring that situation, and again commend staff for being fiscally prudent in this way, and also of course this board and previous boards for keeping our fiscal ship in order. Are there other comments from board members? Member Hill.
Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz. And thank you for the explanation or the review of, the fact that they gave us a positive certification, but that there were certain areas that we need to watch out for. But one question, obviously they're identifying the fact that we've gotten the COVID relief, right, this one-time money, and that's, who knows if we're gonna get some type of replacement for that. So planning for the worst. Do we have a sense of how much of like our regular positions right now, not like part-time or one-time, but our regular positions have been funded by one-time money, and if potentially if we're going to have to make cuts, what that impact would be to regular positions? Do we have a sense about that?
Yeah, so we do have about 1.7 million that's temporarily funded out of our COVID funds that are going to be reverting back to general fund. And some other positions that are being funded now with temporary funds will be part of our March 15th deadline. We are already working on reviewing those positions and making sure that the ones that are temporary will be part of the process that we have for March 15th.
And then you'll also have a picture at that point of anybody that's regular that also potentially we might have to address.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Comments from other members? Okay. Member Marquez, do you have any comments?
None at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to item. No public comments on this item? Thank you. Okay. All right. And next is new business, which is the variable term waiver for the 30-day substitute for the CBEST. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you, Member Grindel. Yeah, so we've all been, I'm sure, heard the challenges around substitute teaching, finding substitute teaching. It's very, I know, challenging for schools and school districts throughout the country right now. This is one item Ms. Ingham Waters will speak to that hopefully will support our ability to increase the number of substitute or guest teachers that we were able to attract.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. The approval of this item for your consideration will allow candidates who would like to be substitute teachers to have a waiver of 1 year to complete the CBEST requirement, which is a typical preliminary requirement to become a substitute teacher. We believe that this will help increase the substitute teacher pool, especially during this time. And so if we are working with a candidate, they would fill out a form called the variable term waiver, which is basically asking to give them a waiver for a year to take the CBEST. And attached to that form would be the minutes of this board meeting, showing that the board is recognizing that there is a shortage of substitute teachers and allowing, supporting their application for their 30-day substitute permit, and can move forward with substitute teaching and then take the CBEST within a year.
Excellent. Any comments from board members? Student member Resendez Ortiz? It was a tie. It was a tie. The student wins the tie.
I have more of a clarifying question. It's a waiver for possible candidates to become substitute teachers. Is this usually the process? From what I'm understanding, it isn't.
The typical process is a bachelor's degree. So you have your undergraduate work completed, completion of the CBEST, or there's a couple other options. So it's basic skills proficiency, a background check, so getting your fingerprints done, TB test, proof of vaccination or weekly testing. Those are the normal requirements. So this is not getting rid of the requirement to take the CBEST, but it's providing the candidate a year to do it so that they can get their feet in the door and be allowed a little bit of time to take the CBEST.
All right, thank you.
Member Hill. Member Hill.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. And I'm in full support of doing this. And then just one additional suggestion that maybe is not well known. And I actually went through this when I applied to be a substitute teacher at Newark, and this was prior to your time. And then I also had to go through it as I was getting my preliminary credential. A not well-known exception or a substitute for CBEST are your SAT scores. And so if we could also, maybe broadcast that, and although it's a little bit of a bureaucratic process, but you can go back and get your SAT scores, and I don't remember what the threshold is that you have to score. But I went literally a couple of years ago to go do that, and they were digging up scores that were from the 80s. So they still have it, and so if they don't want to if they want to get fully approved, they don't have to, want to come back and take the CBEST, that's another option that they could do. So just a suggestion.
Member Zhang?
No, I move that we approve the variable term waiver for 30 days CBEST.
Is there a second?
I second.
I second.
Ms. Marquez?
I was just saying I second. Thank you.
I believe it's seconded by Member Hill since he came out first.
Yes. Member Hill did beat you to it. There'll be other opportunities. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Gundal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang, how
Yes.
do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Student member Resita Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. 5 ayes.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're really excited that Kennedy Elementary is putting forth this proposal. We have two fantastic folks, Ms. Laura Ruiz and Ann Williams here. I want to thank you for your patience in us getting through this agenda. But also, I really appreciate you for the time that you've spent to put together this proposal and really think about how you could engage students in this project. So I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, good night, everybody. I'm Laura Reese, she's Ann Williams. We are the art coordinators at Kennedy Elementary, and you know that you've been hearing Mr. Soria about Kennedy, but Kennedy is also a great, art school. We have an art program that is supported by the PTA. We used to have an annual art show, and we like to engage the students and the community having art projects. We had a mural, I think, 3 years ago, and it turned out beautifully. We have the community, the students engaged. And this year we were thinking that we'd like to have a tile mural. Let me see. No. My bad. This one? Yeah. So our proposals is that we like to work with the 5th and 6th grade students, and we have approximately 100 students at Kennedy. So the 5th and 6th grade students are the students that will go to the junior high next year. So this is their last year at Kennedy. So our proposal is to have and make this little square clay tile. So each student will press the bottom of their shoes into a 2.5-inch square clay tile and personalize with glaze. And you can see a little proof because we were testing the colors. We like to install it at the Kennedy campus. So our idea is that it's the last year of the students there, and they made an impression at the school, they made an impression at the community. So it's like a metaphor about that. So we like to work with them. They will have a little clay, and they will make the impression. And I think it's going to be a great project for them. And then we're going to be working with the glaze, and we were selecting colors, and they can glaze each tile. And this is the proof that we were making to see the colors and how it will look like. And we also would like to have a message that will be written in the mural, something like class of 2021, 22, 5th and 6th grade students leave a footprint at Kennedy. It could be the location and the size. So this is one of the, if you're familiar with Kennedy schools, when you enter the school and you make a left in the aisle, we like to put it over there. And our location is important for us because it's a place where all the students, they need to pass through so they can see it. And actually, you can even see that place when you are dropping off the students. Even now that we cannot enter the campus, you can even see that wall. It is, we also chose that location because it has like a little cover, like an onion, so we protect it. And also what you can see a little white cage on top, that is just a speaker, so it's not air conditioning or anything that could damage the mural. So we like to put the mural in the exterior stucco wall that is in between, next to the room 13A. The dimensions of the mural, so we have 234 plus two tile border around at the outside, and it will be 48 by 36 inches, and the weight, it'll be like around 132 pounds. The installation, I know it is important. So we were thinking that we like to work with MOT to ensure the proper installation of the mural on the wall. So what we like to do is install a cement board with a metal edging in the stucco wall. We want to use the cement board because it's a flat surface. Instead of the stucco wall is not exactly flat. So once we work with MOT and how to install that cement board and it's installed, then we'll install the tiles, and then we'll fill the space between the tiles with grout. The funding, money is important. So we got the Rotary Club of Newark award a grant to Kennedy to cover the cost associated with the mural. So we need to buy the clay, the glaze, the cement board, the mortar, the grout, and the tools.
We think with this grant, we'll be able to cover for the whole project. And if we need extra, we also have funds from our art program. Timeline. When we did this, we didn't expect, this, COVID peaks, but we hope we can work around it. So we like to, in January, get your approval and order the supplies and the clay and talk to MOT about the installation. February, March, we can make the tiles with the students. April, we process the tiles because we need to fire the tiles. And we finalize the layout. And in May, before the students graduate, we can install the mural. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for the excellent presentation. It's going to be beautiful.
Thank you.
Are there comments from board members?
Just a quick question. I know this is funded by the Rotary Club, so this really have no cost to the district, right?
No cost for the district, and even if it's not completely covered, the PTA funds will cover that.
Any other comments from board members? Member Hill?
Ms. Ruiz, thank you for the very nice presentation. I think it's a great idea. And also I love the fact that you have as a former project manager, I love the fact that you have a timeline and you have tasks and you have milestones and deliverables. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. So there's a public speaker.
No, Member Marquez had a comment.
Member Marquez?
Yes, thank you. I just was, my question was, will this be an area that will be secured or will be in an unfenced area?
It will be on a wall, on a stucco wall. It'll be an exterior, but as I explained, there is like a little cover, like a little awning. So it will be protected from the weather. And because it is tile and it's with fire, it should be fine.
I guess my question would be, isn't it a gated area? Or my fear would be that with all the hard work from the students, that it be, possibly, or a potential for vandalism, and that was my only concern.
That is a great question. With previous projects, we discovered we've been painting rocks and installing at the school. We did the mural, and we never had vandalism because our idea is that when you work with the students and you explain to them and they're part of the project, they really engage, and we never had a problem with that. I really, wish that never happens to the mural. It's always a possibility, but our experience is that when you engage the community, you engage the students, when they're part of the process, they really respect the art.
Thank you for your feedback.
Great. So I personally want to call out and compliment the Rotary Club for supporting this activity. Happen to be a member. So it's exciting kinds of projects we'd like to see happen. So thank you for that. With that, would a board member like to make a motion?
I move that we approve the installation of tile art mural at Kennedy Elementary.
Is there a second?
I second.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Member Grandal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
And student member Resendez Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. 5 ayes.
Thank you so much. It was worth the wait.
Thank you both for the presentation and all the hard work.
All right. I think we can get through the one item consent. We move to item 12, which is a consent item for personnel items, which is there's only one item under that consent, which is 12.2. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Excuse me.
I move that we.
My apologies. We do have a public speaker on this item. So, Ms. Parks, I'm going to unmute you. And Ms. Parks, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
On the personal action list this evening is a promotion for John Daniels to Program Specialist effective January 3rd. Congratulations to Mr. Daniels. The district contracted with 2 individuals to perform those duties of a program specialist since the position was vacant. This is a one-person job, which was previously held by Olivia Rangel. I hope you will confirm that the district will not be paying multiple people now that Mr. Daniels has received this promotion. Thank you.
Are there any further public commenters?
I move that we ratify the personnel report as presented.
Is there a second?
I second.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes?
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Student member Resenda Ortiz?
Student board member doesn't vote on personnel
Is not
items.
allowed to vote. Thank you. We have 4 ayes.
Thank you. So we are going to, can I get a motion to extend the meeting? Why don't we just go ahead and say till 11 p.m., although I hope that it'll be done before that.
I move that we extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second that. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We don't
Yes.
need a roll call for that, right?
Okay, we already said no opposed, 4-0.
None opposed. Okay, consent agenda for non-personnel items. Are there any items on the consent agenda?
I actually want to just, well, I guess I would just want to have one comment on one of the items. Other than that, I'm fine. Comment on the, I believe it's 13.8 quarterly report on contracts. So we can, I guess we can vote on everything else.
Yes.
So my apologies, we did have a public speaker for 13.8 and 13.9. So both of those need to be
Okay,
pulled.
and Member Hill, you had another?
13.6.
13.6.
Okay, thank you. Is there, is there someone willing to make a motion to approve items 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.7, and 13.10 and 13.11?
I move that we approve the consent calendar non-personnel items, except 13.6, 13.8, and 13.9.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Yes, thank you. Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Student member Resenda Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
5 ayes. Thank you.
So now let's bring up the discussion of 13.6. Is that from a public commenter or Member Hill?
Yes. So just my question on 13.6 is, so it looks like we finished the project for the stairs, but why do we need a resolution for that?
It's a standard resolution. Whenever a project is completely 100% complete, we have to pass a resolution and file the forms at the county.
And is there like a dollar threshold for that?
No, there's no dollar threshold. It's a notice to the county that this project is fully complete now.
So even
It's
if
not
it's like
based
a
on dollars.
$10,000 project, you'd have to put a resolution together?
Well, it's usually the projects that have gone out to bid.
Okay, I understand. Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Does that mean you're making a motion to approve it?
I move that we approve resolution number 2021.22.20. and authorize the filing of notice of completion with the county recorder of Alameda County for Newark Junior High stair improvement and barrier removal work completed by Cal Pacific Construction.
Is there a second?
A second.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you. Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Zhang, how do you
Yes.
vote?
Yes.
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
And student member Resenda Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. 5 ayes.
Thank you. And 13.8 had a public commenter as well as a board member who wanted discussion. So let's hear from the, great. Let's hear from the public commenter first.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Cindy Parks is here to have a public comment on 13.8, the quarterly report on contracts.
Thank you. Before you this evening are the second quarter contracts for your ratification. These contracts are for services provided to the district. 2 of the attached documents are not contracts. They are only a purchase order. One of them is the PO for the board meeting videographer, which is understandable for this ongoing service. However, the other is for Kramer Workplace Investigations. Why wasn't the contract attached? Also, why has my November 24th public records request for the contract and purchase order for this vendor been ignored? I hope you remind staff this is a quarterly contract report, not purchase order report, and not accept a purchase order in place of a contract. Also, please direct staff to fulfill my public records request. Thank you.
Are there board member comments?
Yeah, so I just a small comment on this. I understand that during the pandemic, we're doing a lot of streaming services. Just given our fiscal constraint, that does feel like $10,000 per year seems to be on the more expensive end of us paying for streaming service. So that's just my comment.
Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so my comment is related to the Kramer Workplace Investigations contract, and this had come up at an earlier board meeting. And I understand that the public speaker has put in a request, which I think we should grant, but at the same time, I also understand that there could be sensitive information, personnel information that potentially needs to be redacted. So I can understand that. But one thing that I'd like to clear up, because I think there was a misunderstanding in the last meeting around essentially the board's level of oversight. I want to read a couple of sections from Ed Code so that we're all kind of clear on the board's powers. So Ed Code 35160. The governing board of any school district may initiate and carry on any program, activity, or may otherwise act in any manner which is not in conflict with or inconsistent with or preempted by any law and which is not in conflict with the purposes for which school districts are established. So, and people that have studied this have indicated that this particular statute gives broad authority to school boards for educationally related matters. But the second thing, and this is the part where I think that there's some confusion, and I want to clear it up, is Ed Code 35161, and it states the board may execute any powers delegated by law to it, shall discharge any duty imposed by law upon it, may delegate to an officer or employee of the district of those powers or duties. The governing board, however, retains ultimate responsibility over the performance of those powers or duties so delegated. And so I know that there were comments in the last meeting about whether the board actually would be permitted to see details, personnel details, and it was staff's contention that we are not. But I think that clearly Ed Code 35161 indicates that all powers that the superintendent and staff have are delegated powers. They come from the board. There are no indicated independent powers. And we may delegate, but that last sentence is important. It says, "The governing board, however, retains ultimate responsibility over the performance of those powers or duties so delegated." So I'm in support of, essentially approving this particular item or supporting this particular item with the caveat that we have an unredacted copy of this contract brought into closed session so that we, the board, can inspect it.
Any other member comments? The motion is to approve the item?
So I move to approve under the condition that we also have an unredacted copy of that, that contract brought in closed session so the board may inspect it.
Superintendent Triplett, is the attached condition a problem?
I think I would have to go back and check with legal about this, but I think there's a motion on the table, so then it's if there's a second or not.
I understand. I wanted your input.
Yeah.
Is there a second for that motion? The motion fails for lack of a second. Is there an additional motion?
I move that we ratify the contract as presented on the quarterly report.
I'll second that. Can we get a roll call vote?
Yes. Excuse me. Member Grandal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
No.
Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes?
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Student member Resenda Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. 4 ayes, 1 no.
We have a, next item is 13.9, the warrant report for December 2021. A board member, I believe, and a community member, or just a board member? So let's hear from the community member.
Thank you. So Ms. Cindy Parks will be speaking on the warrant report.
Good evening. Before you this evening is the warrant report with a check issued to Zoom for $48,878 and Hop Skip Drive for $23,084. This is for special ed transportation. I have brought to your attention several times the lack of the Zoom contract for the 21-22 school year. The last time Ms. Dela Cruz mentioned it was a 3-year contract. Yes, the original flat fee contract was for 3 years. However, last fiscal year, which was year 2 of the 3-year contract, the agreed upon amount was a flat fee of $860,390. But due to COVID closure, the contract was renegotiated. On October 1st, 2020, the board approved a per ride amount not to exceed $200,000. That renegotiated contract expired June 30th, 2021. According to the 3-year contract, the flat fee amount due for this year, which is year 3, is $886,202. Since nothing has come forward for the board to approve a per ride reduced contract, it leaves the public to assume you are still expecting to pay the $886,202 plus the $274,860 to Hop Skip Drive for their supplemental services. That means your special ed transportation cost is now over $1.1 million. Now do you see why I have continued to seek answers and why on November 24th, I requested the Zoom contract and purchase orders for this fiscal year, a request which is still unanswered. Please direct staff to fulfill my public records request for the 21-22 Zoom contract and purchase order. And I hope you will seek your own answers as to the total cost of the special education transportation for this year and whether the Zoom contract for this fiscal year was renegotiated yet not brought for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Are there comments from the board on this item?
I move that we approve the warrant report as presented.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Member Grindal, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
No.
Member Zhang, how do you vote?
Yes?
Member Marquez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Student member Resendez Ortiz
I think
Temporarily absent.
is absent. Thank you. 3 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, moving on to item 14, committee reports, requests, and announcements.
No, recognition and announcement.
I'm sorry?
Recognitions and announcement.
Recognitions and announcements. 44-1.
Yeah,
Member Zhang.
so I just want to thank all the staff and employees in the district that in the past 2 or 3 weeks, we all know we probably hit a peak of the Omicron variant, and hopefully this will be over, and I really appreciate the persistence and the perseverance of everyone in the district of keeping our district function as smoothly as possible.
Member Hill?
I want to echo Member Zhang's comments. So, yeah, it's obviously a tough time, and I also want to acknowledge earlier the librarian from NTA coming and talking about, I mean, it's putting stress on everybody. People are getting burned out, and our school district is not alone in that. So, but appreciate everybody's efforts in keeping the wheels on.
Yes, I'd like to echo my fellow board members' comments. Wanted to also draw attention to the item that we did to make it easier to hire guest teachers. One of the exciting parts of that is that there are many parents in our district who have bachelor's degrees and could go through this process. So this is an opportunity for our parents to get involved in the schools and help us out, and particularly in this difficult time. The process of going through that process, my understanding is our HR department will walk people through the process and help them. So I just wanted to put a call out to our parents who are many of them have advanced degrees, and perhaps they have a little bit of time that they can help us in this time of crisis. So just wanted to call that out. And in addition, I wanted to once again, even though it was in the superintendent's report, acknowledge Martin Luther King's the holiday for Martin Luther King's birthday. Such an inspiring person who addressed a cancer in our society and did it in a nonviolent, productive, peaceful way, and we're all indebted to him. So thank you.
Student board members back.
Thank you, Member Chang. Student Member Resendez Ortiz, do you have anything to say under the board education recognitions and announcements?
I would like to say thank you to all the teachers who are working a lot and putting in a lot of effort for the students to not only learn, but to also have a safe and productive environment despite these difficult times. So thank you.
And Member Marquez, do you have anything to add under recognitions and announcements?
Yes, I do. Thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the school district in unity with the Alameda County Health Department for offering the drive-through COVID testing site at our Whiteford location. Not only personally, but I know professionally, people have been reaching out and thanking us for what we are accomplishing as a school district by offering this, especially on Sundays, when it's the only day that parents and family members have off. So I want to make sure that we shout out to the medical staff and the school staff. They're helping out at Whiteford with the drive-through services. I personally was able to witness the line is not only from the school but past the dog park towards the corner of Newark Boulevard. So they have been serving and always doing so from what I was able to witness with a smile on their face and willing to find staff members that speak the languages of the many people that we represent in Newark Unified's community. So thank you to those who are serving Newark Unified at the Whiteford drive-through COVID testing site.
Thank you, Member Marquez. Next item is the Board of Education Committee reports. Member Zhang, do you want to speak about the your last meeting with the Mission Valley Regional Occupations Center program?
Yes, the Mission Valley ROP had a meeting several hours ago today, and apparently last November, our center received a one-time 4.3 million one-time funding, so that hopefully can help the budget quite a bit. So that's good news. And we're continuing applying for workforce funding in the order of, let's say, probably another 300,000 to 400,000. So good news coming from Mission Valley ROP.
Thank you, Member Zhang. And Member Zhang, can you also speak to is there anything to report from SELPA?
So SELPA happened on Monday. Due to lack of quorum, the meeting was canceled.
And Member Marquez?
On Tuesdays. Two days ago, there was supposed to be a SELPA meeting, but due to lack of quorum, the meeting was canceled.
There's a lot of that going around. Member Marquez, can you speak to is there anything to report from the Newark Teachers Induction Advisory Council?
None at this time.
And Alicia, Member Hill, can you speak to the audit committee, please?
So Board, in my audit committee update, I would like to brief you regarding current status, and then I'm also going to make two requests once we get to that part of the agenda regarding to correct issues that are standing in the way of proper oversight and governance. So as you know, I've been the audit committee chairman for the past year, and in the November timeframe was alerted in open session, we all were, of a board meeting, to possible delegation of authority deficiencies, which could constitute material findings for our annual audit. The specific issues raised during this meeting involved checks that may have been cut without proper contracts and purchase orders being in place prior to the checks issue. This circumstance, if true, would be a serious violation of the three-way matching policy, which requires comparing all purchase orders against goods and services receipts and supplier invoices before issuing payment. These types of internal controls are put in place to protect against potential fraud. You don't want payments going out to suppliers without oversight and approvals from key people distributed across the delegation of authority approval chain. Consequently, in response, I requested documentation of our processes and a meeting with our auditor to discuss and potentially investigate this issue. Since that time, however, Dr. Triplett and Ms. Dela Cruz have obstructed this legitimate and proper meeting request coming from the board representative, me, who has been invested with the authority to provide oversight in this area. In addition to this obstruction from last year, Dr. Triplett and Ms. Dela Cruz have also recently usurped my board-granted authority by calling for and agendizing a meeting to conduct a review of the annual audit without coordinating and consulting with me in advance. In speaking with them on Tuesday regarding this issue, Dr. Triplett and Ms. Dela Cruz attempted to defend their actions by claiming that since the board has appointed new members for the year, I am now no longer chairman and shouldn't have been consulted regarding this meeting. This flies in the face of federal and state constitutional precedent, which keeps prior elected officials in office until there is an official transfer of power, which would have been at this meeting. I also recently learned that apparently the terms of our public members on the board expired almost a year ago. As a result, one member of the public has reached out to me to indicate they would like to apply. But there has been no communication to the audit committee from Dr. Triplett and Ms. Dela Cruz regarding the status. And even though these public members' terms clearly lapsed over a year ago, Dr. Triplett and Ms. Dela Cruz have resisted my request that formal notice of a 30-day application window be published immediately to address this oversight. I'm concerned that the same kind of staff manipulation we saw last year during the board appointment process is now taking place on the audit committee. So, and sadly, our audit committee meeting has been delayed. It was supposed to happen this Tuesday. And I think that some of these issues are, have contributed to that delay. We're still working on scheduling that. Obviously, time is of the essence because we need to review and approve the audit as a board. So, but I will make my specific requests once we get to that section in the agenda.
Thank you for your report. The Bond and Parcel Tax Committee has not met, and we have nothing to report at this point. The City of Newark's NUSD Liaison Committee has a meeting coming up soon, although there is discussion about locating it. So, I'm sorry, of rescheduling it. So, more on that later. With the next item is Board of Education requests. Member Marquez, do you have any Board of Education requests?
None at this time, sir. Thank you.
Member Shang, do you have any Board of Education requests?
Not a request, but just an update on the timeline on when the board will receive that report on the HVAC. The anticipated, I think, a higher level overview about HVAC that was initially requested by Member Nguyen, and I believe the board did agree to see a high level picture about what to expect next and how much more money we'll need to spend on the HVAC project. I believe, yeah, just to ask for a timeline for that.
Is there consensus, if it's necessary, is there consensus to move forward with that report, to request that report from?
No, that report was already approved by the board. I'm just asking when that will actually show up to the board.
Yeah, I just, in case there's confusion about that, I just wanted to see that if there's consensus now. Okay, so, never mind.
Sorry, just so I'm clear, Member Jean, do you want a timeline right now, or is that what you're saying, or just a sense of when it's?
Just a sense of when we're going to see that report.
Okay, yeah, I believe it's being worked on right now, and Ms. De La Cruz, would you say the next month we'd be able to bring that back?
Thank you. Member Hill, do you have any Board of Education requests?
So I have 3 requests. Do you want me to do them one at a time, or do you want me to do them all together?
Yes, please, one at a time.
Okay, so the first one is related to the audit committee, and that is there seems to be some confusion around roles and responsibility as it relates to board members on committees versus staff. And I've discussed this with Dr. Triplett and Ms. De La Cruz, and I am requesting that we, the board, engage legal counsel to provide a written opinion regarding the powers of board chair people and board members serving on board committees, and staff's responsibilities and scope of duty in supporting those powers. So I think that we need to get a clear legal opinion around what are the roles and responsibilities for board members and what are the roles and responsibilities for staff. So that's my first request.
Is there support for that request? Not seeing a consensus of support for that. What is your next request?
My next request is that we have had apparently our public members, we have a voting member and a non-voting member, and their terms expired over a year ago. And that only recently came to my attention. And I informed Dr. Triplett and Ms. De La Cruz about this, and they are wanting to delay the required 30-day application process, which was stipulated in our audit committee charter, and that, quite frankly, should have happened a year ago. We're extremely tardy. Now we're getting into the new year. And so I've requested that we immediately post notice that there's a 30-day application window for people who are interested in serving on this committee. And so I would like to have the board's approval to instruct them to immediately launch this 30-day application so we can have a full and proper quorum on the board.
Yeah, so just a question, do we really not have any non-voting member or like the public member on the board? I believe the board has 3 people, right?
Yes, the board, sorry, on the audit committee, and Ms. De La Cruz, feel free to chime in here. There is 2 board members, there is an alternate board member, and then there is 1 voting member of the public. And so we do have that. Just to clarify, the allegation that was somehow delaying this. So the intention was to hold the audit committee and at that time discuss the need to post for a for the next, to post applicants or invite applicants for the next, what's the word?
Term.
Yeah, for the public member. That was the intention.
Did you go the entire 2021, the whole year without a public member on the board?
Yes.
No, that's not correct.
So
We have a public member on the committee, but I just hesitate for us to get too much more into details here when this is the request section.
Yeah, so it's a difference in reading, in the interpretation of the language. Dr. Triplett has one interpretation, I have a different one, but their terms have clearly expired. So I'm requesting that per our charter, that we immediately launch a 30-day application process to get those, to allow members of the public to apply for this and to get a proper new term started.
So my question for you is, in the meeting during last year, did this public member show up to the meeting?
So we only had one meeting, and it was prior to their term expiring.
My understanding is, unless replaced, the term continues. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
That's not correct.
Is there a consensus to direct staff to immediately advertise this opening, or is staff's approach of holding the meeting first and discussing the timing at that time appropriate? So, well, you can't vote on two. So the question is there support for directing staff to immediately advertise the opening?
Well, the audit committee, if I'm not wrong, the first meeting per year, they will elect a new chair, and they probably will have a new public member there. So.
No, we're not going to have a new member.
The public member is appointed by the board as a whole, so there's an application process, but there is a public member now, at least in the superintendent's opinion and mine as well, that the term continues. That public member is still the public member.
So if he doesn't step down, he will be there forever.
Yeah, so that's the issue, and I've requested that we engage legal counsel on this because I believe that there is a misreading of the charter.
Once more, is there support for directing staff to immediately advertise the opening on the audit committee public member? Not seeing consensus on that item. Do you have another request?
The third request is a reiteration of the request regarding providing an unredacted copy of the Kramer workplace investigation contract to the board in closed session. And I want to reiterate Ed Code 35161, okay, so that it's clear that we have full legal and proper authority, right? That not only are all powers that superintendent and staff have are delegated from us, they do not have any powers that are separated from us, but that ultimately, even if we delegate those powers, what the language says is the governing board, however, retains ultimate responsibility over the performance of those powers or duties so delegated. So we have an oversight responsibility to make sure that everything in the district is running per our expectations, and we have every right to conduct an investigation where we have questions. And this is as simple an issue of asking that an unredacted copy of that report be provided in closed session so that we can inspect it. So that's my request.
We have a single employee, the superintendent, and he handles HR, human resources matters for us. So I don't I don't, not arguing your opinion that the board has the authority. I don't think it's prudent to exercise the authority and require disclosure of human resources matters. That's my opinion. So, and again, we have a single employee who manages the hiring in the district.
Right, but again, so my final comment about this.
Point of order, didn't this already come up, and didn't the board already say that they're not interested in seeing this? So this is.
So there's
the
new
second time in one
information
meeting?
since this was just provided as a purchase order versus a contract, so I think there's a new circumstance.
It was during the agenda item 13.8 that you made this request, and there was no consensus. The board decided they were not interested in that, and so now you're repeating the same request.
No, I'm concerned.
I think that's a point of order.
I'm concerned that there isn't an understanding, so that's why I'm reiterating it, and I have every right to make any request that I so desire. And so my request, again, is that Member Grindel, or Vice President Grindel, even if you're not interested in inspecting the contract, you are one of 5 board members. And we all have an oversight responsibility. And so therefore, this, I should not be denied the opportunity to inspect this information if I so desire. So I'm requesting that we make this available for any board member that's interested in looking at it.
Is there interest or support for that request from from the majority of the board? Hearing none, we move to the superintendent's concluding comments, updates, and future agenda items.
Thank you, Vice President Grindel. So just want to reiterate appreciations for all of the staff through this difficult time, and then also wanted to highlight and appreciate our student leaders, particularly at Newark Memorial, who have reached out and connected with myself and my staff regarding their concerns around COVID-19 and the recent surge. I just really appreciated how they've reached out to us and really come with concrete concerns and also concrete suggestions and solutions. So I look forward to continuing to work with them as we all figure this out together.
Great. With that, our special meeting of the Board of Education of January 20th is adjourned.